What's up, everybody? Welcome into a Buffalo Sports Thursday. My name is Rob Trujillo. I am your host, and we will be joined by Sterling later on. He's going to pop in. We'll talk some Bills, of course, as we always do with Sterls, and some NFL in general at large. It's our first full night of football, which is exciting. I think there's 6 games tonight, and 2 of them are on right now. Green Bay and Pittsburgh, and Detroit and Cincinnati. So the question is, what did you bet on? Because that's the way that this works. I know, I have a problem. I'm betting on preseason games. It's literally $1. I put $1 down. But I bet on the Lions and Bengals game. So, but I couldn't find it on TV. So I might have to take a break and find it a little bit later. And I also bet $1 on the Niners and who are they playing? Who are the Niners playing tonight? Niners and Titans. Bet $1 on that too. Cause why? Because I want a reason to watch football. That's why. No, you know what it is, and maybe this is only a sickness that I have, but I had an odd number in my account, like an uneven number in my account. So I always like bet $1 or two and get rid of it. So I have like an even number in there because I'm a sicko. But we will talk all Buffalo sports today. We won't just talk NFL or the Bills. We'll also talk the Sabres, and I think I'll probably start with them. And then we'll move on to the Bills and training camp and everything that's going on. So let's get started here. Okay. There we go. All right, let's make this thing fit. So I want to start with Greg Wyshynski. He put out his bold predictions for the NHL, and it's a quiet time in the NHL right now. But he put out his bold predictions for the NHL, and I found a bunch of them to not be very bold, which I'm sure it's hard to come up with bold predictions for all 32 teams, but I just feel like he could have done better, but it feels like maybe he doesn't want to take any chances, especially with the Sabres. And with the Avalanche, I looked at what the Avalanche are because I do a Denver sports talk as well, and I live here in Denver. And the bold prediction for the Avs was that they win the Western Conference. And for me, it's just like, I don't know. I feel like the Avs are a lot like the Bills, that anything short of a championship is probably a failure. But it just doesn't feel very bold to me to say, oh, they'll win the Western Conference. Like, they were in the conference final last year, and I think they should have beat the Knights. They got swept, so I'll be sure to eat my crow when I say that, but I really thought they were going to beat the Knights and handily. So I don't know just like how bold of a prediction that is. That being said, same thing with the Sabres here. Bold prediction is Rasmus Dahlin is a Norris Trophy finalist. He was a finalist last year there, big dog. You know what I mean? Like, right here. Dahlin finished 3rd for the Norris. I don't know. I mean, I don't think making him a finalist is necessarily a bold prediction. You want to predict that he wins it, that's probably a bold prediction. That's something that I could listen to. But it just doesn't feel that bold to me. I think it kind of shows the media afraid to believe in this Sabre team, which I understand, given where they are. They over-excelled last year. Like they jumped too far up. They went from not making the playoffs at all to a division winner and, like top seed in their side of the bracket of the playoffs. And I don't know. I mean, I get it. That can be a scary proposition in terms of, okay, well, will there be some regression this year? I think we've talked a lot about that with like the Patriots, who made it to the Super Bowl last year, won their division. They jumped up a little bit quicker than everybody thought, and it begs the question, like, is a team like that going to regress? Are they going to win as many one-score games as they did last year? Is their schedule going to be as easy as it was last year? All those questions, I think, are legitimate. And so I think you are in a similar spot with the Sabres. And then they lose two of their top guys and top, I don't know, 7 guys in Bo Byram and Alex Tuck. I know the second round of the playoffs wasn't great for them, but those are 2 solid contributors every night. Top line guy and a second defensive pairing guy and a second power play guy and a penalty kill guy. And, those are cogs in your wheels that all of a sudden that you're missing. You know what I mean? And so I understand them maybe being a little bit wary to talk about the Sabres on the same kind of level that they were last year. But I think there's a good core still there. And I was actually talking with my dad about this. They've got so much young talent that I kind of feel like they need to turn it into some reliable talent. He feels like they should keep it with the young talent. And I said, the one thing for sure is that if you end up being right, if they keep it with the young talent and the young talent ends up being good, you're going to be really good for a really long time. So, mental health guy, good to have you back. If you could change one NFL result that didn't directly impact your team, what would it be? What a question. One NFL result that didn't directly impact your team. I mean, your mind automatically goes to Super Bowls, right? I'm trying to think of a game that isn't a Super Bowl that I might pick for that. Oh, I've got such a troll answer. I'm going to hold on to it. I legitimately might pick this troll answer, but I'm not sure. Man. Now I've got all kinds of troll answers in my head. So there's a part of me that wants to pick one of the. So my first thought was the Patriots 16-0 season. I would just have them lose a game, so they're not. They're not. And I know they lost in the Super Bowl, but I would like to remove them from the conversation altogether. So they lose a random. I'll pick a Bills game, whatever. They lose one of the games. Well, I guess that would impact my team. But yeah, I would pick one of the Patriots 16-0 games and make them go 15-1 instead. And then that got me to thinking I could take a Super Bowl away from the Jets and they would have nothing, which is tempting. But these are all very self-centered. It's tempting to take away the Jets' only Super Bowl win. However, historically for the league, you can't overstate how much that meant to the NFL becoming the NFL. There might not have ever been the merger without that. And so there's a inkling to take that away from the Jets, but I don't think I would do that either. Mental health, I can't remember. Are you a Vikings guy? I think you're a Vikings guy. I can't remember. There is a part of me that thinks about giving a Super Bowl to one of those downtrodden franchises. I would appreciate if somebody did that for the Bills. The Norwood kick is good, and my life forever changes. So if somebody else was picking and they picked that, I would probably say, like, that's pretty cool. I appreciate that. So I might like reverse one of the Vikings losses or something like that and turn, instead of them losing 4 straight Super Bowls. Yeah. So the Vikings legitimately, like, they didn't lose 4 straight, but they did lose 4. But that might be, I might give the Vikings a title. You know what I mean? Just because I respect fan bases like that. You know what I mean? What would my final answer be that didn't impact my team? Yeah, I think I'd take the Patriots off the mountain. God, I can't waste it on a regular season game, can I? But if I can't pick one that affects my team, like, take away a Brady Super Bowl loss, what does that do for you? You know what I mean? Yeah, that's gonna be my answer for right now. I'm gonna make the Patriots 15-1, just so I don't have to listen to them ever again. I'm a terrible person, I know. Okay, so yeah, this is all said to say, like, I can understand media types not being super in on the Sabres repeating the kind of success that they had last year, but there's a lot of talent in the pipeline. So I hope that it turns into a long-term winning move for them to let guys like that go. But that's tough. That's a lot of points that you're trying to replace. Nope. Okay. And then, quickly on Darlene, had 19 goals and 55 assists last year. I think he's even better than that. I do think his numbers will be better next year. But even that being the case, I don't know. I feel like it's a pretty safe prediction from Wyshynski. I don't feel like it's necessarily a bold prediction. So that was our first thing with the Sabres. Okay. And okay. Let's go to this one. And of course, this one is lined up differently on the page. Okay, NHL rumors here from Bleacher Report. 5 trade landing spots for Kirill Marchenko. And so he's 26 and slated to be a restricted free agent. He'll have arbitration rights next year. He's in the final year of a 3-year, $3.9 million contract, which obviously is very low. Let's look up his actual stats though, because I don't know them offhand. So last year, only 27 games played. I'm sorry, 76 games played, 27 goals, 40 assists, 67 points. So, I mean that you're not fully replacing somebody like Alex Tuch with that, but that's a good number that you're getting back there. And I mentioned this earlier. I told my dad I do think they need to turn some of their prospects into current talent on the roster. And the number one landing spot for Marchenko is, in Bleacher Report's eyes, the Sabres. And I would just say, as long as the contract isn't too overwhelming, which I can't imagine that it would be. If you give him, I would want to give him less than Tuch, but if you give him close to Tuch, really what scared you with Tuch was the term. And this term shouldn't scare you here. He's 26. So if you give him a 7-year deal, 8-year deal, whatever. You might eat the last year or two of that, but you're probably fine. I will say that the pressure is definitely different for the Sabres this year than it has been in years past, and I think that is reason why the GM would be more willing to make a deal, give a big contract, that kind of stuff. They did go after Pat Kane is the point that they're making here, and let me get the guy's name right. So this is Bleacher Report, and it's Lyle Richardson is the name of the writer. He said Michael DeRosa of the Hockey News noted that the Sabres attempted to sign Patrick Kane, and that is why he's suggesting Marchenko as a potential trade target. Along with Alex DeBrincat, which I could probably do without, and Rust from the Penguins, Brian Rust. I could probably do without those two. I think Marchenko would be the only one I'd really be interested in there. And then makes the point that I was kind of saying. Sabres could draw on their deep pool of promising young forwards as trade bait if Marchenko becomes available. They could offer a package with Jack Quinn, Noah Ostlund as part of the return, though the Jackets could prefer Zach Benson or Josh Jones in the deal. So I think Quinn is the obvious trade piece. A young, good winger. I don't think they have any mind to train Benson or Doan. I think if the Jackets come back with an ask like that, they'll probably balk at it. Man, giving up Ostlund would be tough. I like him a lot. I'd rather give up somebody on the defensive end, so like a Mertka or somebody like that. But you're going to run out of spots for these forwards to play, to slot into the lineup. So I'm good with moving Quinn. Of course, if they want somebody like Zucker or something, I'm fine with that too. But I wouldn't probably give up. I wouldn't go as high as Benson or Doan. So if they wanted Quinn or Zucker and then a prospect and, a mid-round pick, I think that's something that I would probably live with. I think if I had to pick Ostlund or Helenius, I'd probably want to trade Ostlund. Probably. I'd have to really think about that. That would be tough. And then, like I said, their top pick from, 2 years ago? Mertka, the defenseman. I'm probably more comfortable giving away a defenseman given where this team is. I know they just traded Byram, but they also got another defenseman back. So, God, why can I not remember his name from the Ducks? And then they got the guy Crevier from Zellweger. I was right. Okay. Zellweger from the Ducks. They got Crevier from the Blackhawks in the Byram deal. And then they still have more depth at D-man. I just think that you're better set at depth there, so I'd prefer that prospect to be a defensive prospect, but we'll have to see. I definitely think they're going to take a step back from winning the division in 109 points if they just leave it the way that it is right now. I think they really have to make a push and make a trade if they want to end up at the top of that division again. And that could be Hellebuck. We could be talking about a goaltending trade there. Or it could be a guy like Larkin or Marchenko. I think those are similar level guys at this point in Larkin's career. I like him a lot as like a top center. Some people don't like him at all, which I find kind of crazy. But I think if you put him at center and Tage on his wing, I think that would be a good combo, and you could maybe see them producing at a level similar to Tuck and Thompson on the same line. So, and then, Kulik is really the big question mark to me. He was always thought to be the first line center coming into the year last year, and then the blood clots made it so he couldn't play. But for me, I just wonder, that's a lot to ask of a guy. So they seem confident that he's going to slot right back in for their first line center, but I'm just interested to see how that works out. I would definitely have some contingency plans, and I think Norris is a contingency plan for that, and I think Krebs gives you a lot of options on things you can do with him. So, it's not like they are devoid of options there, but it just I think it begs the question, what your expectations are for a team like this coming off a drought. They win the division. They trade away two of their best players. And so what do you expect now from this team? Is it a playoff berth? Is it more than that? Like, what is your expectation for the Sabres? I think normally a team coming off 109 points and winning a division, you'd expect them to be at the top of the division again the next year. And I don't know that is necessarily the case with the Sabres. So, okay. Mental health guy dropping another question. What are your thoughts on the new stadium? It looks nice, but seen some seats have obstructive views. Do you plan on going anytime soon? I don't think I'll go this year. It's tough to get tickets, obviously, with the brand new stadium, but we'll see. That's a maybe. I got to tell you, the obstructed seat thing is a clickbait fabrication, man. So when I was on my timeline and looking at tweets from people who were actually in the stadium, everybody was thrilled. 99% of the people were thrilled. There were a couple people who said that they had obstructed view seats. And it was stuff like, well, you sat at the bottom row. Yes, of course, there's going to be a railing in front of you, like any stadium ever built in history. And the Bills did what they could to minimize it by like making the railings glass rather than metal. But like since then, people have put up all these pictures of like every stadium in the world where you sit in a seat and there's a railing between you and the field. And they're calling that obstructed view. And so, aggregators like Dov Cleveman and Mike Florio, they grab this thing on a slow news week when they're looking for NFL content, and they just made it a thing, and it's just not a thing. It really isn't. So I don't know. I mean, the obstructed view seats is kind of ridiculous to me. I don't know what stadium you've been in where there's not a railing between you and the field if you sit in the bottom level. You know what I mean? So that got a little bit frustrating over the week, and I'll talk about it with Sterls when he hops on here, but that got a little bit frustrating during the week because it was just nonsense and people were just repeating it and repeating it and repeating it, and it was just one of those where none of these people had actually been there, of course, right? It was just stuff they saw tweets of online and they put 4 pictures together. So, and then a couple of the seats that are actually obstructed. The Bills put out a statement that like those tickets aren't sold for football games. If they are sold as obstructed view seats, but they're not. They meant they're not sold to like season ticket holders, and that what they're really like, they could put nothing there, but that's a waste because then if they have a concert where the musician is playing at the 50-yard line and all you can't see is the corner of the end zone, you'd be perfectly happy with that seat. So it's just like, gosh, please stop, you know? So there's been a lot of talk on it, and it's been one of those where, well, everybody says it's one of those things, and this drives me crazy. They're like, what, you know, people are like, oh, everybody's so angry about X. And it's like, nobody's angry about X. Everybody's yelling at the person who's yelling about X. It's one of those, like, it gets caught up in the cycle and just turns into a cyclone, and it's not even really true. So what I will say about the stadium is the people I know who were in there and my thread that's full of actual Bills fans, because I have, you know, I run the Denver Bills backers, and so I have a Twitter thread for them, and it's just Bills people. And so my thread of actual Bills fans and the people that I know that were there all said it was gorgeous. They loved the open concourses. Most people said the food was pretty good. There were a couple complaints on the food, but you know, that's stuff that they're ironing out still. And that it had a bunch of stuff that was really a cool nod to Buffalo. There's a wall of all the blue collar workers who worked on the stadium, steel workers, electricians, everybody. They all got their name on the wall at the stadium. I think that's cool. They put a gigantic broken table in there. They've got the big buffaloes, which I'm sure everybody has seen. So yeah, man, it's just, I thought overall it was a absolute home run, and it was taken wildly out of context, all the complaints, because there wasn't really that many complaints. It's a few minority that we're spending a bunch of time talking about, as we often do in society today. So fuck them, you know what I mean? Oh, I probably shouldn't say that, huh? Well, now you know how I feel. All right, let's switch to some Bills stuff. And we can start with something that is also about the stadium. And I'll probably bring this up with Sterls too, because I'm interested to hear his thoughts. He gets back to Buffalo more than I do. Hamburg clears a path for development around the Bills stadium. They're going to put in... So they've got Erie County Community College there, and it literally shares like a parking lot. And so they're going to change the zoning of that area, the town of Hamburg is, to try to put in, let's see, they said walkable mixed-use neighborhood with restaurants, shops, housing, parks, and public gathering spaces. Now, right now, it's just, I mean, it's used for a college during the day, and then that parking lot gets used for Bills games, for the town to make a little bit of extra money. I think if they put in some kind of strip there, that it would be successful, and you could make it successful in more than just Bills game days, because you've got students going there for ECC, ECCC. Erie County Community College, so 3 C's. ECCC. I think you could find a way to make it successful even outside of football games, which obviously would be the hope. But if you put some maybe low-cost apartments around there, and that way college students could afford maybe to live there. And then you put in a neighborhood with a couple shops and a couple restaurants. And then, of course, you could build parks and public spaces that you could use for tailgating along with the parking lots that you use for game day. So I think it's a cool idea. I know the Bills are planning on using this land that the old stadium was on here, and like right at where the 50-yard line used to be, putting in something similar, putting in bars and restaurants and a little tailgate area. So if you do that, and then I think that's it right behind it there, actually. I think this long strip right here is Erie County Community College parking lot. So, if you were to do that and just make this kind of like walking path to the stadium with shops and restaurants and stuff on it, it could make for a really cool scene. But the coolest thing about tailgating in Buffalo has always been that the Bills don't own all these lots. And so this camera angle actually does a pretty good job of not showing the houses around, but like all back over here and like down on this side of the stadium and then over here. These are all like people's houses, and they let people park on their lawns. And there's there's other businesses and stuff that own the parking lots. And that's why Buffalo gets so crazy. Because like the NFL has rules about how early parking lots can open that are associated with the stadium. But in Buffalo and in Green Bay, there's all these lots around the stadiums that aren't owned by the NFL. So the NFL can't say anything about what time people get there. So that's why the tailgating's so good, is because you can start at 6 a.m. for a 6 p.m., an 8 p.m. kick there. You know what I mean? And so even if they put in, some bars and shops along the way here, it will not take away the charm that is tailgating at a Bills game, which is always something that you want to hold on to. I was a proponent of them building the stadium in another location. And, your biggest fear with that is exactly what I'm talking about, that you lose that charm that you have. You hope, since they decided to build it in Orchard Park, that is a tagline of the fan base that you can kind of continue with and live on because of what's going on there. Okay. Ranking the likeliest Brandon Beede August trade candidates on the Bills roster. This one is, let's cite that work, by the way. Hold on. So that Hamburg stadium work was done by Giovanni Leggi of Channel 7 in Buffalo, which is WKBW. Chris Trapasso on Buffalo Rumblings put together this little list here. He's absolutely right with the first line of it here. Brandon Beane does love himself an August trade. It is when he does most of his wheeling and dealing, which I have been a big proponent of. If you have a guy who's not going to make your roster and you can get some sort of value for him, let's go, man. You know what I mean? I think that's terrific. So, he, lists the players that he's gotten value for. And he's good at turning. Most of these are late round picks that you get for these guys. The Sammy Watkins Darby trades were a little bit bigger, but for the most part, you get late round picks for these guys, and he's good at drafting these late round picks and hitting on them. You know what I mean? So I think it's real valuable that he can turn some of those guys who aren't going to make his roster into assets. My computer is freezing up here, which is weird. So let's see if I can figure out what's going on. It looks like I'm still streaming, so that's good. Okay, we're back. That was a little weird. If you guys have any trouble with the stream, of course, let me know. But I think we were okay through that. So he lists off the biggest trade options. And again, this is something that I am going to want to talk to Sterls about as well. So first person on the list is Keon Coleman. And I talked about this a little bit last week. I don't know what your value is in trading Coleman. He has shown flashes of being a good NFL wide receiver. He's only in his third year. He clearly has had some maturity issues. But it hasn't been like he can't perform at the NFL level. It hasn't been like the problem is the talent. Now, is there the talent there for him to consistently be a number one wide receiver? I don't know about that. But he can be an NFL quality wide receiver. And so if your biggest problem is maturity, why would you trade him away as he's getting older and maturing? You got to hope that he figures it out, but I just don't think he's proven to be a liability, I guess is what I would say. If you could show me somebody who said he's disrupting practice, he's causing problems, he's unhappy, okay, then you just get him out to get him out. I get it. But I haven't heard that. You know, Trapasso points out that he's had a very quiet camp. Okay. I don't need him to have a big camp. I need DJ Moore to have a big camp. I need Khalil Shakir to be ready to go. I need Dalton Kincaid and Dawson Knox to show up. But, you know, him and Josh Palmer, I need them to just be solid contributors. I'm not asking him to be a number one wide receiver. I was last year. That was a big mistake. But I'm not this year. So, I don't know. He's got some harsh words here. If Coleman plays a lot during the preseason, which I fully expect him to, and hardly makes an impact, you will likely hear his name mentioned in trade speculation. I just don't buy it. But, and his next line is exactly what I'm thinking. The Bills roster doesn't feature a surplus of receiver talent, and the team is unlikely to abandon an early second-round pick before his third season even begins. I mean, we had a playoff game that we had Trent Sherfield dropping balls for us on the outside because we had no healthy wide receivers. It's not where I want to be. I want to be in a spot where it's DJ Moore and Josh Palmer and Khalil Shakir, and then when I go to the bench, it's Brandon Cooks and Keon Coleman. So I at least have serviceable, decent wide receivers in depth. And I think what you want in that fourth or fifth spot at wide receiver, I think what you want there is a young, athletic guy that you feel like can develop. And that's what Keon is. So why would I give him up for, I don't know, a 7th round pick, a 6th round pick? You're not getting any decent return there. So I don't know. I mean, if he's number one on the list of trade bait, like, I just don't see, if that was the case, you should have traded him around the draft. I don't see any, because here's the thing. I guess maybe I need to make this statement to make it all make sense. Like we were talking about earlier, the Bills' goal this year is to win a Super Bowl. Not win a division, and yes, I know they haven't won the AFC yet, but not win the AFC. These guys have to be talking Lombardi Trophy or bust. That has to be the mindset. It's the only thing that makes this a successful season for the Bills. If they get to the Super Bowl and lose it, it is not going to be, well, you did a good job. It's going to be they have to figure out how to get over the hump. And so I just, again, unless there are reports I haven't seen or you have an insider tell you that he's causing problems in the locker room, I do not see how getting a 7th round pick for Keon Coleman helps you win a Super Bowl this year. It doesn't. It doesn't even help you win a Super Bowl next year. So I would keep him and I would let him develop and I'd see what he turns into. And if next year you let Joshua Palmer walk, which is probably likely, can he fill that spot? And if not, then you go draft another guy to compete with him. But I just don't see how doing this helps you win a Super Bowl. Period. And that's my only focus right now. I think it has to be for the Bills. Has to be your only focus. So Keon Coleman's first on his list. For me, it's a non-starter, but that's me personally. Next on the list is Lloyd Cushenberry, and it's interesting. I saw somebody note how well he played at the start of his career and how much he has struggled since then. You thought a guy with as much experience as him would be a surefire for your backup center, and some of the reports are that Van Pran-Granger is outplaying him. When McGovern went down and the ones went back in, it was VPG that went in at center, not Cushenberry. So, and that doesn't mean it says right at the top. Cushenberry got snaps. I'm just saying the first guy in was Cedric Van Pran-Granger. It was not Cushenberry. So I think with McGovern getting hurt, and I hope they hold him out for the majority of camp here. I think with him getting hurt, I probably hold on to Cushenberry, but I've just heard he's been unimpressive. But especially at center, a backup that has as much experience as Cushenberry could be worth, even a mid-round pick, not just a late-round pick. And these are the kind of guys that that Brandon Beane does a good job of dealing. So, Damar Hamlin, next guy on the list. And so he says Geno Stone too, who's the guy after. So we can talk about both of them at the same time. I think the fact that Jalen Kilgore has played as well as he has through the beginning of camp, and with what we saw from Hancock last year, I don't mind you trading one of these guys, though I probably wouldn't trade both of them. I would try to sneak one of them to the practice squad. I think if you try to sneak Kilgore or Hancock, they might get claimed. One of these guys might get claimed too, but I would be less upset about it because I think you know what their ceilings are. Trapasso is saying Hamlin has had one of his better training camps, which is good. I don't know. I would really have to think about it to see if I think he fits in this defense better than the last one. But Trapasso says there's some leadership to his presence on the team, which is interesting. They should hold on to one of the vet safeties, I feel like. But I don't think I need both these guys on my roster. And I'm not necessarily... I guess I'm more tied to Hamlin than I am to Stone, but, it's not a situation where you want to see either of them on the field. If something goes wrong and you lose one of your guys, I think you want to see Kilgore or Hancock. I don't think you want to see Hamlin or Stone. So let's see what he says about Stone. Was added early in free agency as a depth option with loads of experience. Yeah, or not make the team out of camp. And I just feel like Stone is your guy here. Given the presence of Kilgore and Hancock, who offer more versatility, along with Gardner Johnson avoiding serious injury at training camp, Stone isn't a lock to be on the 53 right now. Far from. And he's had a fine, albeit very unspectacular, showing at St. John Fisher. If the club likes the familiarity with Hamlin, although it's a new defensive staff, and Stone is simply outplayed by him in the preseason, this former Bengals and Ravens safety feels like someone who Bean can dangle in trade talks. What's up, Dave? Yeah, and that's what we've been preaching on here is, so the last two names that he has been Hamlin and Stone, and I think one of them is definitely expendable with how well Kilgore and Hancock have played. I really liked Hancock last year. I thought he played well. And I was excited about Kilgore coming in. Reports from camp are that he has been very good. And so all that said, I'd like you to keep one veteran safety, but I'm not against you running with, 5 of them. You might have to try to sneak one on a practice squad, but if you run with 5 and one of these guys and then the 2 young guys, I'd be fine with that. And if you're exposing anybody to waivers, I'd rather it be Hamlin and or Stone than Kilgore and or Hancock, like you're saying. So, but this article from Chris Trapasso on Buffalo Rumblings is specifically about trade bait, and I think there's some trade value for Hamlin. I don't necessarily think there is for Stone. I think he's kind of a known commodity, and that commodity isn't very good. But yeah, I mean, I think there's legitimate trade value where you could get a late round pick for one of those guys if somebody was down a starter and needed just a solid starting safety. You know what I mean? Don't be surprised if Hamlin makes the initial roster. Yeah, I think one of them will. I think you'll probably go with 5 safeties, but, I'd have to look at the numbers. It's one of those things where I think you normally carry 4, not 5. So then you've got to cut that from some other position. And what is that other position that you're cutting a person from? Van Perren Granger. So we talked a lot about him when we had Cushenberry, who was up higher on the list here. I think it's more likely that they keep VPG than it is that they keep Cushenberry. Trapasso makes the point that he's positioned behind Cushenberry on the team's depth chart, but when McGovern went down, the first person to go in was VPG, not Cushenberry. So is he really behind him, even if he's on the depth chart behind him? It'd be interesting to see who ends up starting that game on Saturday, to kind of get a feel for it. Yeah, I think you'll see a lot of VPG on Saturday, whether he's the starter or the second guy. But I don't know. I mean, his career started off well in terms of Cushenberry, but I just have heard that he hasn't been great, and he wasn't good in Carolina. So I like VPG, and I kind of think that you should just hold on to a guy who you can develop and you think is going to continue to get better. I included Cushenberry and SVPG together because it feels like the odd man out at backup center will either be traded or released, or at least there's a strong likelihood of either of the transactions when the backup center battle concludes. Yeah. This is interesting. The winner could possibly start week 1. Does Chris know something that we don't know? That's a little nugget in there, isn't it? Hey, listen, I have said this about CJGJ as well. I don't I don't need Connor McGovern to take a snap in practice or in a preseason game. I don't need to see him for a month. 4 weeks should be plenty of time for a soft tissue injury. You normally say 4 to 6. Maybe that's why he's saying could possibly start week 1. He also was having a hand issue. He had a hand issue last year, and several reporters had said that they saw him shaking it out, time and time again. So is there a bigger injury issue there than we know about? This kind of hints towards that. But, I mean, McGovern, CJ, GJ, I do not need those guys taking a snap between now and the opener against Houston. So, an interesting little nugget there. You wonder, that's old school reporter, I know something and I'm not allowed to tell you. And after being in radio for so long, I can tell you that those people that do that, they know something. And they wouldn't make the hints at it like that if they don't. So that to me is bigger than just like a little cute thing that he said. Something to watch. All right, last on the list of possible trade partners, trade bait before the season starts is Dwayne Carter. This to me is really strange. Really, really strange. So let's read what he has to say. Carter hardly made a blip on the radar as a rookie in 2024. He started as a healthy scratch before a torn Achilles derailed his second professional season before it began. Now he's apparently bulked up to the 330 range to morph into a rotational nose tackle, not exactly a spot on the roster that holds an extreme position value to begin with. I would disagree with that. However, nose tackles tend to need breaks through the game and season, so if Carter were to make waves in the preseason, he could sell himself as an important piece behind Deion Walker. However, to date, Carter has hardly popped. I noticed one tackle close to the line in training camp. And with an entirely new defensive staff not tied to this draft selection in 2024, I firmly believe he has an uphill climb to make the roster. He was drafted to be a one-gap penetrator while weighing around 300 pounds. Now he's being asked to take on an entirely new two-gapping, dirty work role with drastically altered body composition. Although given he's only 25 with a clean bill of health, it wouldn't be shocking if another team would be interested in sending the Bills a late rounder to acquire his services. So what I'd say is that Chris kind of contradicts himself right in the article. In saying that he hasn't hardly popped, I noticed one tackle close to the line in training camp. He then explains aptly himself why he hasn't seen him make a bunch of tackles. He was drafted to be a one-gap penetrator, weighing around 300 pounds. Now he's being asked to take on an entirely new two-gapping, dirty work role with drastically altered body composition. The position that you're asking him to play is not, I'm going to pop on a practice field. He's there to eat up the center and make sure that nothing happens in his two A-gaps. And if he's doing his job, the running back is going to bounce it outside from the A-gaps away from him, and he's not going to make a ton of tackles. Only the best of the best at that position make a ton of tackles. You know what I mean? And so if you're talking Vita Vea or Jeffrey Simmons, yeah, those guys make tackles, they make plays, but those are the best of the best. It's like offensive line. If he's doing his job, you shouldn't hear his name. You know what I mean? And so when he said, oh, he's hardly popped in camp, listen, I haven't been there. So I have to take Chris's word for it. But I would just ask Chris, well, you said that he's needs to do this dirty work role. Has he not been doing that? Is that not what's happening? Because that's different. It's also a position where I don't think they want Deion Walker playing at the nose. I think ideally they have him at a tackle spot, not a nose. And so he's your best option at the nose. I think he's a better option than Dwayne Carter. But I certainly don't think you trade away Dwayne Carter with the thought of like, oh, well, Deion Walker's going to be our starting nose tackle. You need depth, and it's not the best position for him anyway. David says that Star Latulele role. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right. You're not going to see him make a bunch of plays. You don't need him to make a bunch of plays. That's not the point of having him there. So, I don't know. I without being able to like look at film from camp, I can't really tell you. We will get snaps from him in the preseason game that we watch, and we'll be able to look and see, you know, do we feel like he's doing his job? And that's really the biggest question. It's not, did he pop? Did he get a sack? Did he get a tackle for loss? It's, is he handling that center and the two gaps, the 2A gaps? Because if he does, that frees up the whole defense. That unlocks the whole defense to do what they do. In fact, and maybe we'll do this with Sterls, like I had wanted to show what a difference it makes when you can get a guy who can cover two gaps on a defense when it comes to run fits. Because I just don't know that, like, if you're a casual football fan, that you understand the difference that makes fitting the run when you have one guy who can control two gaps. That is what this defense is built around in terms of allowing the blitzing and the freedom and the movement and that kind of stuff, but still having the run game fit properly to make sure that you don't let one bust on you. And so that position, it's not glamorous, but it is very important. So is Chris Trapasso saying that he's hardly popped? Is he saying, well, I didn't see him make tackles for losses? Because if that's what he's saying, it's like, yeah, that's not really his job. Or is Chris Trapasso saying like he can't handle two A gaps? He's a one gap guy and he can't really handle the center and handle both A gaps. If that's what he's saying, okay, then I understand what he means. But it would just be a question that I had for Chris about this diagnosis of Dwayne Carter through camp. All that said, you don't have anybody else. I mean, who else? Fedarian Mathis? Okay. Right? Like, I just don't think you have a lot of guys to play that nose tackle role. And if you want to tell me that you're going to go find some, you know, get me a Linval Joseph off the couch, not actually him, but like you did a couple years with him, then fine. But I just don't think you have enough guys at the position that I'm looking to trade somebody who we've had in that spot for 2 weeks. You know, I'm not ready to give up. I mean, he definitely can't do it. It feels silly to me. So, listen, I think there's more people I would have put on this list. But, you know, Chris does a decent job. I don't want to slam him too much, but I just, I don't think, some of those I don't think are very likely, and some of them, it wouldn't be a position that I would trade somebody away. So let's pull up the roster here, and I'll put my money where my mouth is and see if there are other people that I would pick to put on this list. I think Austin Corbett is a trade candidate. He's got a lot of experience in the league. I think it depends. I think he's probably the top pick for your swing guard, your 3 interior lineman backup, right? So normally you have 8 available on game day. You might carry 9 on the roster. But so you've got obviously your 5 starters, and I'm talking offensive linemen. You got obviously your 5 starters. I've heard that Grable, Clayton are kind of pushing each other a little bit. I think Chase Lunt is in there. One of the centers is going to make it. And then probably Austin Corbett. But if somebody dangles you a late round pick for him, is being enticed to trade a guy like him and maybe keep both Cushenberry and Van Prangranger and have one of them play guard if there's a problem. I don't think that's totally out of the question. So I think Austin Corbett is a trade candidate. I think Tylen Grable might be a trade candidate if they think Travis Clayton is better, or Bowery or anybody else. I think as a backup swing tackle, maybe Grable could fetch you something. I think he's probably, again, more likely than, somebody like Dwayne Carter. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, they don't even have Fedarian Mathis listed as a nose tackle. They have him listed as a defensive tackle. And it's like, if you trade Dwayne Carter and Deion Walker isn't even really a nose tackle, you literally have nobody here. There's no one. So I just don't see Dwayne Carter being a likely trade candidate, even if they don't think he's very good at all. What I could see is if they think somebody releases a player who's a good depth nose tackle, them cutting Carter, I could see that. If they are able to, at roster cut down, find somebody who they think is better, I could see them cutting Dwayne Carter, but I don't think they trade him without knowing that they get somebody there who they like better than him. Fedarian Mathis is my guy. Was last year, will be again this year. Yeah, I mean, okay. Okay. Whatever. Fedarian Mathis had some really good games last year, but it was when he was trying to prove that he still belonged in the league. Remember when he came here, there was talk about he's been really disappointing and he might be done altogether. Like this could be his last stop. And he put together a couple real good games and some nice tape. And I think he's a solid depth defensive lineman now that you hold on to. I would have to go back and look at his tape to see if I felt like he fit better at what they're calling defensive end, what I call defensive tackle, or at nose tackle, because that is what I had heard, is that he was running some nose tackle when Deion Walker was kicking out. I'd have to look and see if I thought he fit better at one or the other. But, I mean, I think he's pretty safe as your, fourth defensive lineman, So, he doesn't have a lot of competition. They'll hold on to Zane Durant because he was a draft pick from this year, and they'll hold on to him. Zion Logue, I think, maybe goes on the practice squad. But, more trade candidates. I think this is the big secret one right here. I think you've got better options than him for a stand-up linebacker. I think if you roll out there with Hoyt and Chubb, you're in a pretty good spot. And if you do this, I think you also probably put in a phone call to Von Miller and say, come on, buddy. Come on back. So I wouldn't be shocked. This would have been my shocking name that editor of Buffalo Rumblings, Rob Trujillo, would have put into the August trade bait list. I think Greg Rousseau to a 4-3 team with the contract that he's on and the way that he plays, both solid, both against the run and in the pass game. I think he's a really nice trade piece. And I think if you do that and then you run with Chubb and Hoyt on the edges and you get a guy like Von Miller for, 20% of your snaps this year, and then you have Javon Solomon and TJ Parker behind them, I think you're in a pretty good spot there. That is, I think, a good outside linebacker rotation. And I just don't know how well Greg fits in that stand-up spot. I think probably my inkling what they're going to have him do is really they'll have 4 down defensive linemen most of the time. and they will walk him up and let him put his hand down so he's more comfortable, and let Bradley Chubb be standing up on the other side. But who knows? Maybe he has adapted well to the position in camp. I can't really say. For me, he's one of the weird fits in this defense. Other trade options, I wouldn't like to see this, but I think Joe Andreessen could fetch a late round pick. I think they should hold on to him. I think he fits better in this defense than he did in McDermott's defense. But there's just a question of, do you have enough spots for everybody? So I think Buffalo Joe could fetch them a late round pick, possibly. They're light at cornerback, I think. I don't think there's anybody necessarily there who's going to be looked at as like an option for getting traded. I've heard that people like to Corey Couch in camp. I don't know. We'll see. Wow. Geno Stone listed as your free safety. Oh, they have Gardner Johnson listed as your nickelback. Well, that's not right. That's not right at all. So your starting safeties are going to be Bishop and Gardner Johnson. And then I think Kilgore and Hamlin. I probably would go Kilgore and Hancock. And Stone and Hamlin would be the guys that would be the odd men out. Sam Franklin's probably going to make the team as a special teamer, but Lord help us if we see him on defense. So for trades, I think those are some options that haven't really been talked about. Ooh, do I want to throw that out there too? Well, I thought it was more likely before Ty Johnson got hurt, but I thought Ray Davis might be a trade candidate as well. It would have to be you'd have to get a decent round pick out of it, right? Like you wouldn't trade him just to trade him. But Wishnowsky is a guy you probably cut because everybody has liked how Doman looks, I think. So can you get a sneaky 7th round pick there? That might be nice. Okay. So, yeah, if I was writing that article, those are some names I would add in. I think the biggest one is Greg Rousseau. And, again, like I just said, you don't trade him just to trade him. But he's on a really light contract. He's a good defensive end. He's good against the pass and the run, and I think he fits better in a 4-3. So a 4-3 team might be really interested in trading him, and I think you have the depth at outside linebacker to absorb trading him even just for a pick. If you wanted to tell me that he was the centerpiece of a Vita Vea trade, okay. All right. Because Rousseau and Reuben Bain Jr. on the edge would be a good little combo for them. But you're not necessarily putting him in a 4-3 then, but you know what I mean. So, I think they have the depth at outside linebacker to absorb trading a guy like Rousseau, and given that his contract is so team-friendly for good numbers, he's not TJ Watt, but for decent numbers, it's a decent contract, I think. So I think that's kind of a hidden secret. Okay, and then I don't even remember what this last article is here that we were going to go over. And then, like I said, we'll get Sterls in here. He'll hang out with us for a little while. Okay. Allen will start and play the first game in the new stadium. This one from Alana. I always wonder if I pronounce her name right. I think it's Alana. Alina. Alina, I'm going to go with. Alina Getzenberg. I hope I pronounced that right. I'm sorry if I'm not. Of ESPN, beat writer there for the past 4 or 5 years. Does a pretty good job. She was talking about Joe Brady, talking about how everybody's going to play if they're healthy, and that includes quarterback Josh Allen. This is, again, they need stuff to write about. This is news to me. I would have assumed it. So he said things can change after today's practice, but right now everybody that's healthy is going to be out there playing on Saturday. That was today that he said that. And here's the reason why. Saturday will mark the first ever game played in the new Highmark Stadium. The team held its first football activities in the venue last Saturday night with the team's return of the blue and red practice. Guys, they've never played in this stadium before. You know what I mean? It's everything from like, what's the closest bathroom when I got to take a piss in the middle of the third quarter, to where are the play clocks for Allen? You know what I mean? Like, of course he's going to start. Of course he's going to take snaps. It would be silly for him not to. This is your home field, and he's never played on it before. You have to give him snaps so he can get comfortable with the lights and the sight lines and where his stuff is on the sideline and what time. This is going to be a 1:00 start, and I think they're doing that so they have a feel for when they have 1:00 starts during the season. Where's the sun? Just stupid stuff like that. Things that you take advantage of, or you take for granted, that you knew in the old stadium that you are not going to know now. And you lose a little bit of home field advantage like that. So I think it was predictable, and I think it's necessary that all the starters, if you're healthy, we want you playing this first couple games. We want you to get used to your new home. I don't want you trotting out there the second week on Thursday night and guessing at stuff, So I really think it's a big deal. Back to our article. Brady, who did not disclose how much the starters would play, said the decision to have them play comes from a variety of variables, including wanting to see tackling and finish plays. I think all this is hogwash. I think they just want them to be comfortable in the new stadium, but that's just me. Allen also said he wants to make it as game-like as possible, to go through all the processes at the new stadium before the Bills play the team's first regular season game there on September 17th versus the Detroit Lions. Now that is an interesting point, and I might buy that. I might buy you talking about Allen wanting to go through his pregame process with Brady as a head coach rather than as an offensive coordinator. That I could buy. But I don't buy we want to make sure we see tackling and finishing plays. Like, yeah, for your 5th round pick, maybe that's what you want. You want to see Zane Durant out there finishing tackles. Yeah, not Josh Allen. The reason that Josh Allen is starting is because we want him to get used to the new stadium before he's out there Thursday night versus the Lions. David with another comment. Rousseau plus 3 for Vita Vea. Yes, please. God, if that was the deal, in a heartbeat. I will drive Greg to the airport myself. And that's no disrespect to Greg Rousseau. I think he takes too much flack. He can't help where he got drafted. It was a weird COVID year type thing. All that. I think he's a really solid defensive end. I think he's good for 8 to 10 sacks a year, which is a lot. I think he's really solid against the run. This is not me knocking Greg Rousseau. But if it's Rousseau in a third for Vita Vea, I will send them a muffin basket as well. You know what I mean? That is 100% okay with me. Continuing Getzenberg's article, the newness is part of Brady's thinking as well. I think that's very obvious. It's our first it's our first opportunity for us to come together and show an example of what the Buffalo Bills are about, Brady said. And so I think that is important. This marks a continued changed approach to the preseason for Allen, who did not play in the preseason at all under former coach Sean McDermott last season. It was the first year he did not play a preseason snap. Allen said, "I'd love to play," Allen said after practice. "I couldn't tell you how long or how many drives or what's the case there, but to get out there and get a good feeling and go a good sense of the game and get a good sense of the guys around me, I feel like is important to do." In terms of keeping the quarterback healthy, Brady says that while he hopes the 9-year veteran is mindful of the situation, he wants him to be competitive and be Josh Allen. If you kind of dip your toe in, that's when bad happens, I think Brady said. So if we're going out there, we're going. Love that too. I think that's 100% right. If you try to go out there and make it a practice and like, I'm not going to get touched and so on and so forth, then that's how people get hurt. 100% buy that. So if you're going out there, we're going out there. You're playing ball. You know what I mean? So I love that from Brady, and that has seemed like his mindset all along. I don't question that for a second. He has always felt like that kind of guy. So I'm for it. I want Josh out there in his new stadium. Let's look at their schedule. I think the next one is the away game. Yeah, they're at Cleveland. That they have practice with the Browns that week as well. You can't really see it, but trust me. They have practice with the Browns that week as well. And so I think maybe Allen doesn't play that game. No reason to have him out there after he had a couple of days of scrimmage practice against the Browns. And then you get Pittsburgh at home. I'd say maybe a series or two there. Same reason. I want him to go through being in the new stadium again, so he gets more comfortable with it. And so I would say, if you're trying to protect him, sit him out that Cleveland game, give him snaps in the first and third game, and I would do that probably with the majority of starters, especially like the veteran guys. So like Dawkins, Brown, Osiris is probably out there either way. You're going to be having a battle at left guard, so they'll probably be out there. McGovern probably doesn't play at all. So your two tackles really is who we're talking about. But those kind of super veteran guys and like Spencer Brown, who has had injury problems, they're out there if Allen's out there. Otherwise, no, sir. No, thank you. But I do want them to go through playing on that field, knowing where the lights are, knowing where the scoreboard is, having a feel for, the wide receivers, having a feel for the corners of the end zone, just stupid stuff like that. This grass is brand new. They were playing on turf before, so it's not like, oh, well, we're using the same turf provider we used in the old stadium. And by turf, I mean grass. But there are turf grass farms where, if somebody was moving from one stadium to the other, but they're like, oh, well, we're getting the grass from the same people, then the grass feels the same. It's a totally new thing for them. So, yeah, I really believe that you want everybody out there to see what the footing's like, to, maybe you tell the grounds crew, hey, leave that grass a little bit longer. Maybe you tell the grounds crew, hey, make that grass a little bit shorter. You know what I mean? Like, I want all the starters out there to do all of that. If, like Brady said, if you're going out there, you're going, it's full speed. You're prepping like you're playing in an NFL game. Because if not, you're going against adults and you're going to get hurt. So I buy that 100%. Okay. Lots more to talk about. I want to do a little bit of big picture NFL stuff. We will do that when we come back. Then a little bit later on, we'll be joined by Sterls. I'm not sure how far out he is. He said around 7:00, but whenever he gets in, we'll bring him in. But we'll talk some NFL in general when we come back. We'll take a quick commercial break. Everybody go to the bathroom, get yourself a drink, turn on your NFL network so you can watch the Packers and Steelers or whatever your local preseason football game is, because they're all on tonight. Let's go. We'll be back right after this and talk some NFL when we come back. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to a Buffalo Sports Monday. Damn, I hope it's not a Monday. Yikes. Hey, guess what? There's football on TV right now, which is awesome. Green Bay and Pittsburgh on NFL Network. That's the quote unquote national game. They just went to halftime. Lions and Bengals also on. Patriots and Colts. Texans and Chargers, Raiders and Cardinals. Man, football is back, baby. It feels good to me. I mean, listen, I'm the kind of sicko that watches Toledo versus Kent State on a Tuesday in November when both of them are 0-6. So, you know, for me, any football is a treat. I love the fact that NFL football is back on. So let's talk a little bit NFL in general, just kind of news and notes to start, and then we can kind of get into some broader conversation as we have games on across the league. Let's give you score updates. Yeah, we're live. Why not? Detroit 3, Cincinnati 10, Green Bay 6, Pittsburgh 7. Both those are about halftime. Indy's down 3-0 to New England. Houston leads the Chargers 7-3. Cardinals and Raiders tied at 7. Titans and Niners start at 7 p.m. Also on NFL Network. Live football, baby. I mean, it is my dream. And I know it's not, you can't do it. And honestly, I think it's part of what makes the NFL great. What made them as great as they were was that it was a set day every week that you set aside to watch that sport. And I think that's what the other sports don't have. They're on every night of the week. And, you know, you just kind of have to look at the schedule and figure out when they were playing. Yeah, I missed the Rockies game yesterday because I didn't realize it was a day game. I should have known that. But so I just didn't see it because I thought it was going to be a night game. The NFL does have that for the Sunday is NFL. And I know they've expanded, but, you know, the majority of your games are on Sunday. But, man, I love that there's 6 games on a Thursday night. There's, like, 2 games on Friday, 4 games on Saturday, and 4 games on Sunday. Like, let's freaking go. I mean, is that not the best? I feel like that's the best. All right. Some news and notes around the league. We got to talk about Terry and Arnold. This is just so facing charges. Terry and Arnold set to join the Seahawks. He was released by the Lions this summer after being charged with multiple felonies. Plans to sign with the Seahawks, sources told Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport. The 23-year-old is facing 8 felony charges, kidnapping and robbery included, in Tampa, Florida. What are we doing? What, like, I think the Lions did the right thing releasing him the week after. He posted a $1 million bond. No trial date has been set. I don't know. Man, I feel like we've lost the plot a little bit here. And I know he's innocent until proven guilty, but he shouldn't have his pick of NFL jobs. Coach Mike McDonald confirmed Seattle's interest in Arnold on Monday. It's enough right now that we had him in for a great visit and a great tryout. He said it's a situation where other things are surrounding it. We're aware of that, but we're working through the situation right now. But it was a great visit. I really enjoyed meeting him, and I think he enjoyed being here, so we'll see where it goes. I mean, unbelievable. I don't know. Arnold is accused of orchestrating the kidnapping and beating of 3 men whom prosecutors believe he wrongly suspected of stealing $100,000 in cash from him, along with luxury watches and bags. Arnold, through his representatives, has denied all allegations. He's facing 4 counts of kidnapping, 4 counts of armed robbery, which carry potential life sentence in prison. Asked earlier this week about Arnold's potential availability given his legal situation, McDonald said, I think we understand that anything is kind of on the table and that's where we're at in the process. I don't know, man. Like, is this not bad PR for the league? Does Goodell not step in and be like, listen, we're going to put him on the commissioner's exempt list. He can't sign anywhere until we take him off of it. David says they better have a clause in there to avoid it if found guilty on any of them. I mean, I imagine that they will. Also sounds more like a Raiders signing. But, like, that's the thing, man. Like, the NFL stopped them from doing that because it was bad for the league. And here we are. People missing games for smoking weed, but he can play with 8 felony charges. Make it make sense. Yeah, I mean, that's where I'm at right now. Kidnapping and armed robbery. But we're like, hey, let's make sure you get a couple $1,000,000. We got to get you a job here first. Then we'll worry about it. And again, I'm fine with innocent until proven guilty. Like, but that doesn't mean that you get to go on recruiting trips and get signed. Like, how does the NFL not reach out to his representation and just be like, hey, can we keep this quiet, please? You know, like, you don't need to go on tours places. I don't know. That's just frustrating to me. But feels like we lost the plot a little bit, you know? A year later, Jones has no regrets in trading Parsons. Well, I think he did okay, all things considered. Like, he did okay in that trade. You never win a trade where you trade away the best player in the trade. But, you know, going out and wanting to prove everybody wrong and getting Quentin Williams, and, like, I think you ended up with a defense that's okay overall after having done that. The question is, why didn't you just build a defense that's pretty good around Micah Parsons instead of trading him to build a defense that's pretty good? You know what I mean? I think you could have had success with him there. You didn't have to trade him, but you made a mess of it. But all things said, I like overall what the Cowboys have done, and it makes me sick to my stomach to say that. Tempers flare at Eagles camp amid a testy scuffle. Oh, I mean, it's offensive linemen and defensive linemen fighting. Who cares? Bears won't change names, still focused on Indiana. So this was kind of wild. Somebody put it out there, and it wasn't just like some random person. It was somebody who worked for local media that said that the Bears might change their name if moved to Indiana as part of the deal, which would be crazy. During his annual training camp address, Chairman George H. McCaskey said the team will not be renamed Hammond Bears if they break ground on a fixed-roof stadium some 30 minutes southeast of Soldier Field. No, we will be the Chicago Bears, whether we're in Arlington Heights, Illinois, or Hammond, said McCaskey. Our focus on Hammond is that we're advancing our efforts, and that's where the bulk of our time and attention and resources have been devoted. Yeah, when I saw that, I was like, there's no way. I mean, I don't even think the NFL would let them do that, but I don't think the Bears would want to do it either. I could see Indiana pushing for that, but you know what's crazy about it is, and hey, we can just show you. Why don't we just show you? You know what I mean? So I finally went on and like looked at the situation and where everything is. And it's kind of crazy. Okay, so here's Arlington Heights, right? See Arlington Heights? Here's Chicago over here. Here's Hammond. I mean, it's arguable that Hammond is closer to Chicago than Arlington Heights is. Hammond's right here. And so originally I was real bent out of shape about them moving to Indiana. I thought it was stupid. But 44 minutes from Soldier Field to Arlington Heights. $35 minutes from Soldier Field to Hammond. So originally I was like, that's stupid. Why would you do that? Why would you move that far? But when I really looked at it, when I looked at the map, it was like, well, I mean, do I have to be beholden to imaginary lines that we drew? I think it's fair to ask that question. It's technically closer to Soldier Field than Arlington Heights is. It's just Arlington Heights is still in what's considered Chicago because it's still in Illinois. But the distance from Soldier Field is the same. Or, I mean, even a little bit closer for Hammond. But it just begs the question, like, why can't you get a stadium built here? What are we doing? I think it's going to lose a lot of the feel when you move out of downtown Chicago. You know? But this is the bed you made, so now it's time to lay in it. But so, moving to Arlington Heights, just because it says Illinois on the end of it doesn't mean it's Chicago any more than Hammond is. And I heard they were talking about putting it like not in like downtown Hammond, but like on the water. That's interesting. Let's see if we can find. I'm sure they've put out exactly where the site would be. Anybody just got a map we can look at? You know what I mean? Wolf Lake. Lost Marsh Golf Course. Let's see if we can find that in maps. Yeah, it's even closer. Okay, here's Wolf Lake right here. and it's a 30-minute drive from downtown Chicago, which is, I mean, here literally here is the line for Indiana. You can see it right here. So originally I was like, that's stupid. Them moving to Indiana is stupid. They shouldn't do that. They're the Chicago Bears, blah, blah, blah. And then, you look at it and you're like, oh, well, Arlington Heights is, I mean, you're halfway to Wisconsin there, It's pretty far. It's not like it would be, a stadium in downtown Chicago. And then Hammond, yes, you sneak across the border, but it feels like closer to Chicago, downtown Chicago, than you are if you go up to Arlington Heights. So it was just real interesting to me when I actually looked up where all these locations actually were, So the more I look at it, the less ridiculous it looks, I guess, is kind of what I'm saying. Okay, what other headlines do we got here? Pickett not budging. Oh, the Jaden Daniels thing I thought was interesting. So Jaden Daniels does not have his number retired at LSU. I've seen conflicting reports on if the other Heisman winners are actually retired or just like ceremoniously retired. But a sophomore for LSU wants to wear number 5. I've worn number 5. I've worn the number my whole life since I was 4 years old. Pickett, a sophomore, said Thursday. It's the number I was promised by LSU. I wish Jaden the best. Good player. He did real good here at LSU, so that's all. An attorney representing Daniels informed LSU that it can no longer use his name, image, and likeness, according to the August 5th letter sent to the Tigers athletic director, Verge Houseberry. I didn't know that was his name. A copy of which has been obtained by ESPN. The center of the dispute, according to a statement from Daniels' spokesperson to ESPN, is that the Tigers are allowing Pickett to wear the number 5 jersey that Daniels wore when he became LSU's 3rd Heisman winner. He's disappointed, blah, blah, blah. Pickett wore number 3 last year during his first season with the Tigers. He was named a freshman All-American. But he's worn 5 his whole life. Like, dude, you're 18. Calm down. You know what I mean? Well, I've worn it my whole life. Yeah, well, Aaron Rodgers switched numbers, and he had been wearing 12 for, 20 years. So my boy's been wearing number 5 his whole life. Get out of here. Ugh. But I know how much that means to college football recruits, man. If you promise them a number, it's the kind of thing that can seal a commitment. Stupid, but it happens. Puka Nacua walked into a door, it sounded like. Joint practice against the Cowboys. Puka's doing good. He just had a little soreness. Oh, soreness in his groin. Well, he's had a weird offseason, man. And I don't know if he's a weird dude or just bad luck has been finding him, but he's had a weird offseason for sure. Man, the Terrion Arnold thing just gets me going the wrong direction. Okay, let's look at the other headlines. Anything else that we want to talk about? Oh, yeah, ranking quarterbacks by trait. It seemed like an interesting exercise. I mean, I like Dan Orlovsky, but I just don't love that he's the one that did it. There are other people I would have liked to see possibly do that exercise. Live updates because there's live games. Hell yeah. Okay, let's go into this. Ranking quarterbacks by traits. Again, Dan Orlovsky doing this. Arm strength. Allen number 1, Herbert number 2, Williams number 3. Gosh, I don't know that I'd put Stafford in there in front of Mahomes. Caleb's got a big arm. Is it better than Patrick Mahomes? I think Allen and Herbert at the top is right. Just pure arm strength. And it's what lets Allen do those ridiculous things when he's along the sidelines and just rips a ball 40 yards downfield. And we can tell you as fans that that's one of our favorite things about him. Like Favre in days past, where it's just they are windows that he shouldn't be able to fit that ball in that he does. I focus more on passes into tight windows in the intermediate areas of the field and the pure power of the throws from what I call funny body positions. Quarterbacks don't have the strong base to fall back on here. There's no loading up and driving the ball through the pass. Instead, they need to rely almost entirely on their arm to get the ball where it's going with velocity. Allen is still number 1 in this department. His ability to get zip-on throws from uncomfortable positions really stands out. He just flicks his wrists, and the ball suddenly is in his receiver's hands on a rope. Not every QB1 can do that, and yet he does it with consistency. I think that's right. And I'm biased, of course, but watching him every week, you constantly see throws that you don't think other guys could make. So I think that's fair, arm strength wise. Yeah. One of my favorite stories to reference is Justin Simmons talking about 2020 when he was with the Broncos playing against Allen. And he was one step off his line, and he said Allen drilled a ball in there, and he's like, I've never heard a ball before, but I heard that ball just rifle in, and I was thinking to myself when he was getting ready to throw, I got this, and I did not have it. He threw that ball in there so hard. Ball placement. Matt Stafford, number 1. Drake May, number 2. Sam Darnold, number 3. Joe Burrow, number 4. Goff, 5. Love, 6. Allen, 7. Jackson, 8. Purdy, 9. Prescott, 10. Yeah, this is interesting. I think I like Burrow here a little bit more than he does. 4th is kind of crazy. I think he's also higher on Goff than I might be for this. Keeping the ball away from the defender, it's about precision, essentially. Here you go. Oh, he's just docking him for the injuries? Well, okay. Yeah, so like I said, I would. That's funny. So he said Burrow topped this list the past couple years. I'd put him number 1. Are we talking about how good the guy is, or are we talking about like what happened last year or what we expect to happen this year? If you're just talking about how good the guy is, he's number 1 on the list. Come on. I don't think you can let injuries factor in there, can you? Mechanics. I'm shocked Josh Allen even makes this list. He's got to watch his mechanics, man. He made those changes and they helped his accuracy a ton. But you see him every once in a while start to get off. You saw it in Hard Knocks last year. He admitted that he was kind of getting off of his mechanics when his trainer guy came in. So, him being on that list is interesting to me. Yeah, these are the two guys, Stafford and Burrow. Clean smooth throwing motions from start to finish, strong bases that keep the QB in rhythm and firm, repeatable process that doesn't change from rep to rep, even when things get chaotic around the quarterback. Like, those are your two guys. What are we doing here? What are we doing with Daniel Jones on the list? Yeah, here you go. You better address it. You might be surprised to see Jones at number 3. I was too, but watching the tape again, I was taken aback by how good his mechanics were in Indianapolis last season. The Colts ran many different forms of RPO. That means his mechanics need to be sound, and they were. Okay. And then Stroud, he struggled so much last year. I'm shocked he's on the list. Decision making with the football. I love this. Here's the thing. And I won't even read his thoughts on it yet. I'll give you mine, and then we'll go through and read Orlovsky's thoughts on it. But Josh Allen, number 1 with decision making with the football. And I know that the haters are going to be like, oh, but how many turnovers does he have? There are times where he chooses to take a chance with the football because he needs to take a chance. People call them like arm punts. He's got some of those. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying every decision that he makes is great, but he is able to extend plays and make decisions to constantly give his offense the best chance to win a game. And sometimes that's taking a chance and putting a ball in a small window. You know what I mean? And you'll get bit if you keep putting your hand in the lion's den like that. But that's okay. Like, you have to empower your quarterbacks to make mistakes. If they're afraid to make mistakes, they won't make any big plays either. So I love that he's got Allen number 1 on this. I haven't in the past couple of years ever once thought about him like, oh, he's a turnover machine. He has, I think, matured so much with that. So, if you want to argue with me, you can, but I just feel like it's totally fair for him to be at the top of that list. So here's what he says. Here are the league's top problem solvers. Being a good decision maker means making the right choice when things are going to plan, but also means making the only choice when things are falling apart. Find the correct outlet, but avoid mistakes, turnovers, and negative plays. Last year I put Allen at number 2 on this list and said that his decision making improved in 2024 more than any other quarterback improved in any trait. Well, he's moving up again. He makes good decisions both in and out of structure. He threw 10 interceptions and lost 3 fumbles last season, but his tape shows an ability to read the defense and avoid getting baited into trouble. May and Love leaped into the top 5. They rank as number 1 and 2 in EPA per drop pack last season. May was first, just beating Love. And they were both in the top 10 in interception rate. Daniels, meanwhile, was already solid as a decision maker, but he should keep growing in the new Commanders offense. I haven't really talked about Mahomes yet. Some might see decision making as a question mark on his otherwise impeccable scouting report, but that would be discounting just how much is asked of him as a decision maker in Kansas City. He threw 11 interceptions last season, but he was constantly trying to find plays where they weren't there. It was another list I could have included Trevor Lawrence. I also entertained Jared Goff, who threw 8 picks last season. So decision making is Allen 1, Stafford 2, Love 3, May 4, Daniels 5, Prescott 6, Jackson 7, Burrow 8, Mahomes 9, Hurts 10. Hurts is interesting at 10. I mean, he does make good decisions with the football, I guess. But it's, I think, the only one he's been on so far in terms of the top 10. Looks like it. And people wonder why I say I'm not crazy about it. Pocket presence. May 1, Burrow 2, Darnold 3, Herbert 4, Prescott 5, Jackson 6, Williams 7, Purdy 8, Jones 9, and Lawrence 10. What I saw on tape matches the numbers here. May was the number 1 in QBR inside the pocket last season. He was surgical, completing 74.9% of his throws for 9.2 yards per attempt, both tops in the NFL. The quarterbacks on this list are great at navigating out of trouble and creating operational space. There's no panic to be found as they climb the pocket and maneuver out of danger. May was tremendous in 2025 using his big, strong frame and movement. Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair to say. The only pushback I'd have, I want to see him do it again. Played some really bad defenses last year. And bad teams. So being calm in the pocket is easier when nobody's eating your lunch, you know? So I don't necessarily have a problem with putting him up there. I would just say before I anoint the guy, I want to see him do it again. It's funny because this next one should be a totally different list. Second reaction ability. On the flip side, working outside the pocket, there's obviously always a plan when the ball is snapped, but NFL defense are pretty dang good at derailing things. So what happens when plan A doesn't work? Can the quarterback pull something out of thin air and still make a positive play? Hello, Joshua Patrick Allen. I'm looking for creativity here as well as an ability to throw from weird arm angles and platforms. You'll notice a lot of the strongest arms make this list too. That's obviously key. But mobility and field vision matter in a big way. So it's no shock that I have Allen at number 1. He shows all of those second reaction traits, and he can obviously tuck it and run if nothing else is available. Rushing ability. This is fun. Jackson 1, Allen 2, May 3, Williams 4, Herbert 5, Hurts 6, Mahomes 7, Baker, Mayfield 8, Nix 9, Jaden Daniels 10. As for those who did make the list, I can't imagine many would argue for anyone over Jackson. His rushing numbers fell off last season as he was limited to 67 carries for 349 yards and 2 ground touchdowns, but still averaged 5.2 yards per carry. And he had reached at least 750 yards in each of his past 6 seasons. Jackson's running ability opened up things for Baltimore, whether it be on design carries or scrambles. He's still elite tier speed, vision, and suddenness. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely the biggest rushing weapon, so I won't argue with it. But this is yelled about on Twitter all the time, so interesting. All right, the man is here. I see him. He's hanging out in our pregame chat area. So let's take a commercial break. We'll come back and see if we can't get Sterls on board here and talk about some of the things that we've been talking about so far. So we'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back. We got Sterls on the line here, but I'm still trying to figure out how to use this equipment, so who knows if this is actually going to work. And there you go. Doesn't work. But we're gonna try, you know? Gonna try to figure it out. Mm. So hang with us while we figure out the technical difficulties. Okay. All right. Well, I've got him on the screen. Can we hear him? Sterls, are you there? Can we hear you?
Yo, can you hear me?
I can't hear you. And I don't know why. All right. Well, we're going to go back to commercial break here and see if we can figure out why we can't hear Sterls, and we'll be right back. Okay, try now.
Can you hear me?
I got you. Check, check, check. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can
Okay,
hear
so
you.
OBS is the problem, not video. Because when I switch to check, check, check. Check.
Yeah, man, I can hear you. I can hear you. Yeah, they probably gone, bruh. They gone. Whatever you had, gone. Yeah, man, I made some additions, I heard the feedback, right? Made my heart hurt. Uh, so the blackout curtain, I got that taken care of. And then, I couldn't just do the blackout curtain. I had to go add the storm clouds in the back, you know? So I had to, my whole wall. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, yeah, that's right. Multi-purpose, baby. I try, man. Not really. I mean, the stadium was a big thing for me, and I still feel like that's, unsolved because we're not in the regular season, so we don't know how loud it's gonna be. That was my biggest thing. And let's put this to rest. Every stadium has some bad seats. Like you're not gonna find a stadium where there is not an obstructed view. Some you go to USC, you go to the Charger Stadium, like, and that's brand new. You're gonna have stuff like that, right? So I get it, man. Like Buffalo, Buffalonians, they just want nice things, and they had never had anything such as a $2.1 billion stadium, and you can never please everybody. So somebody's going to be pissed. Somebody's going to make a stink. It's 2026, so I get it. But I mean, the fact that you got a stadium in Buffalo, first of all, that's a win in of itself. Like that's massive. Like you and I have talked for years about what is the team going to stay in Western New York? Like that was a real honest discussion. And thanks to the Pagulas and what they've done now, like them or indifferent, but they got a new stadium. They got it done. I love that it's grass field. So I'm taking it. I'm thankful, right? The stadium is nice. I like it. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Right. Alex Brasky, I'm sure he said something negative about it because he's negative about everything these days. So, yeah, man, it's a new stadium, man, and and people forget that Buffalo is such a small market. The fact that you got a freaking stadium there is you better be kissing the ground you're walking on because it's not yeah, do your research, but it's rough. Yeah. Yeah. People will appreciate it more when there's a snowstorm and they're not digging everybody out, right? Like, because yeah, s yeah, 60% of the stadium's covered. So, people right, right, right. But I thought it's beautiful. I love the attention to detail they put in it. It's great. I can't wait till they play a, playoff game there. Right. Right. Yeah. Well, I think it's for me, I think, I look at more of the message that it sends. I think, all season long we'll be talking about Joe Brady and his leadership ability. And so the fact that he's saying, "Hey, you're gonna suit up and you're gonna play," right? I love it because, you've heard stuff out of practice where, it's very not McDermott. Like McDermott he was a hard ass and he made those players work really hard, almost too hard to an extent where you had a lot of soft tissue injuries. I think Joe Brady's the opposite of that. I think he has an expectation, he demands what he demands, but, I like the balance there. So, you're not going so hard at practice, right? But you're gonna perform in the game and kinda setting that balance there. So kudos on him for doing that. You saw him, tell CJ Gardner-Johnson, "Hey, no streaming in here." Like, I wanna see and we won't see it all, but I wanna see him because he'll be tested, right? As a young head coach, he's 30 something, 38 years old, 36 years old. He'll be tested, from a leadership standpoint. So those are the kind of things that I'm looking for, the messaging, how he communicates to the team, who steps up. We talked about Josh Allen stepping up. You go Bradley Chubb is gonna have to be a leader, Dalton Kincaid, all those guys. I mean, you got some leaders in the locker room. So yeah, I think it's good. We'll see how it pans out. I hope, knock on wood, that nobody gets hurt. But I do love the fact that you're going to come in and earn it. You go to the depth chart where he had Caleb Elam-Zor as the number on the second line, right? Even though from what we've heard, right? I haven't seen a practice, but what we've heard is that he's been the best linebacker on the field, but he's got to earn it. So all the rookies, I mean, I just like the messaging so far. Like, man, you got to come here. It's a blue collar town. You're going to earn everything you get. The best man will play regardless, and that's just going to be it. So no, man, I'm happy with Joe Brady so far. Hmm. Right. A few years ago. Yeah, it's been a couple years. Yeah. Right. Yeah. I mean, there's pros and cons to that. I mean, for, an owner who wants every single dollar that he can get coming into that stadium, I could see how that could be, a deterrent, but at the same time, it can also enhance the experience, right? I mean, if you I don't those of you who are listening and watching the show tonight, if you've never gone to a Bills game, it's like it's so congested with people everywhere, right? So having a place where that's kind of a holy ground, if you do it at the 50-yard line of the old stadium, I think that's really dope. And then you can kind of have maybe a little more ruckus kind of feel where it's not so buttoned up NFL, or you know like you said, maybe something for the kids and elderly. If they make it a multi-level, kind of experience, I think that would be the best bet, and have stuff outside for people to do. I mean, you can even do little things to remember Ralph Wilson Stadium. Just like you said, at the 50-yard. There's so many things that you could do, right? To kind of commemorate the history there. So yeah, the sooner the better. I think it'd be awesome. Mm, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's what I would do. So, I mean, listen, you could do the touchdown pass to Dawson Knox, in the end zone in the Patriots game where Josh Allen was unreal, right? And it could be so cool. Yeah, it could be so cool that you could do holograms, right? Where people can go up in the spot, hit a hologram, and then the play actually shows up, right? Or I mean, you can have tables there. You do a hologram, right? Because you still get you still the space is still usable, right? And there's so many things that you could do with stuff like that. I mean, how about some shovels where, like platinum shovels, or however you want to do that, from Ralph Wilson when they broke the stadium in the freaking what 60s? I think that's when that stadium was built. Um, so I mean, there's a lot of cool things you could do, man. There's so much. Yeah. Right. Right. Wasn't the game where they played the Raiders, wasn't that was in, Ralph Wilson Stadium when they came the comeback, right? Fr Yes, yes. Wasn't that there? I mean, there's so much history. Yeah, yeah. Bruce Smith, I mean, there's endless amounts of I think it would be great. You can make this kind of a Bills museum part of it. I mean, there's just so many cool things you could do with that. I'm sure they'll figure it out. No. Because it's our idea. Oh, buddy, buddy. If they do that, people should be pissed. Alright. Hmm. The the only reason why you would trade him if you package him for a player for player deal, that's the only scenario in which I think, he's tradable. I mean, you made some really good points, I mean, how much does Keon Coleman help you win a Super Bowl? That's debatable. We don't know. But he does have value, and it's not like he's the worst receiver in the league. Like he has some talent. He just needs to get it together between the ears. And that's kind of been the issue with the maturity thing. So, I mean, I think Keon can offer you some solid depth at a baseline. But let's say he does find his stride. I mean, Keon if he improved his route running like he says he has, or like Stevie Johnson has boasted and said he has, then I think you got something to mold with, right? But you can't rely on Skylar Bell right now just because he's a rookie. I mean, we've seen people thrust in positions and they grow, but I don't know, that if that's the goal they want to go, you can always go out and you can always get what's his name? Why yeah, Brandon Cooks. You always go out and get him, but I think you just leave Coleman there. And I think it's bad PR too if you were to trade him this offseason, just because Joe Brady was like, I'm the best thing that ever happened to him while in Buffalo. You can't. I think it sends a poor message in the locker room if you get rid of him and Keon's doing what you ask Keon to do, right? So I think you gotta wait an offseason for that. Yeah, you do. You do. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I mean, with Keon, I just wanna see it happen. I need to see it, right? I think we all need to see it, because I think he has talent. I mean, he wasn't the right choice, but he does have some talent. So, what is it, year 3 for him now? It's year 3? Yeah, so he this is the year where it's make or break. It's put up or shut up. So, let's have this conversation after the season pretty much. I mean, Keon, what does success look like for Keon this season? I think that's a better question. What does success statistically look like for him? Because it's hard, right? Uh, no, because Palmer has proven that he's not been healthy an entire season. So, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking about 56 catches, 720 yards, and 6 touchdowns. I think that's a successful season for him. Yeah, and I think he can do that. I think he can do that. But you still gotta draft a receiver. Listen, yeah, I mean, the Bills are gonna be throwing the ball a lot more this year. I mean, they've been talking about it all through training camp practices. There's been an emphasis on throwing the ball more. So I think, Josh Allen's gonna get back to, 4,000 yards throwing. He's gonna have 30 plus passing touchdowns, probably 40. I mean, listen, if you're looking for an MVP bet, you probably want to put it on Josh Allen. I mean, look, if and I know, and then it's not crazy because he's gonna ball out and do his thing, but DJ Moore and if Kincaid is healthy, that offense, they already were putting up 30 points a game with a limited cast. With a few additions since in a good bill of health, I mean, I think Josh will put himself right back in the MVP conversation. So yeah, I mean, I'm excited for it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Right, right. It's funny how that works. Yeah, I listen. The NFL needs his darling, and I think, they want Patrick Mahomes to win comeback player of the year. You can already give it to him, right? Josh Allen, they're gonna be pushing for Josh Allen to win MVP. I think if you go look at the odds, I think he's probably number 1 already. So, um Yes. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, it's not a good mix. I mean, we're already fighting every day on Twitter because people are saying stuff about Josh Allen, and I just don't even engage anymore. I just like, dude, you got it, bro. If you think Lamar Jackson's better, then Lamar Jackson is better. I don't care. You know? It's crazy. Oh, man, dude, it used to be oh, yeah, it used to be bait, just bait. Yeah, I just don't even care anymore. I just wanted them to make it to a Super Bowl. Make it, please. I didn't say lose, I said make it. Can we just get there and enjoy that, right? I think you put Josh Allen in the Super Bowl. I put Josh Allen in Super Bowl, I think he's coming away with it. I just do. You talking about Jesus Christ? Who are you talking about? Oh, oh, okay, okay, alright. I know where you were going with that. Mhm. I don't know. I I think that's yeah, no, he was, but who's not nervous? I mean, that's a lot of pressure going in there. Oh, listen, let me tell you though let me tell you though, when you have Andy Reid as your play caller, Travis Kelce as your tight end, number 1 receiving threat, the infrastructure for Mahomes was better. So I'll give Josh a pass. Joe Burrow's a killer. He's just a certified killer. Yeah, but I think Josh has improved. Josh has improved. Yeah, he's improved over the years. So the clutch factor is there, and I'm content with that. I would if the Bills made the Super Bowl, I would not be worried about that. That's fair. What's that? That's year 1 Josh Allen? Yeah. 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 Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, no, and I think that's why the infrastructure around him has to equally meet him where he's at, right? So Joe Brady coming in, he's familiar with the offense, right? You just need a receiving threat to emerge like DJ Moore. Hopefully that turns into a good investment. And then Kincaid can stay healthy. You have what you need, right? So it's not all this pressure on Josh Allen. You got a good offensive line. You got the rushing leader as a running back behind you. He should be okay in terms of not having to feel as much pressure, right? To just make it happen. So let's wait and see how that progresses. But I like Josh's odds, man. It's gonna happen eventually. It's got to. It's got to. It's got to. Right, right. I mean, listen, I don't think you let go of Cedric Vampire and Granger anytime soon. I mean, that's a guy you drafted and developed. He had some injury issues last year, so we don't know um how good he is from an outside standpoint. But Laurie Cushenberry has been injured the past couple of years and just hasn't been himself. So the fact that he was a free agent for a reason, he sat there for a while till Bean signed him. So I don't know how much of a market he would have. I mean, I think he's a guy, he was the Bills' plan A had they not signed McGovern. So it was gonna be between Vampire and Granger and him anyways. But I think Cedric Vampire and Granger gives you a little bit more versatility because they have been playing him at guard. I'm not sure if they've put Cushenberry or played him at guard in training camp. I think he's been exclusively a center. I could be wrong on that. So I would keep the younger offensive lineman who's a little cheaper. Cedric, let's see, he is going in his third year, fourth year. And then Cushenberry has a year, $1 million guarantee or $1.2 million guaranteed. So he's going to be on the roster. But yeah, I mean, if you can trade him, if there's somebody who wants a 6th round pick for him, if because of an injury, then by all means take him. Austin Corbett, I really haven't heard glowing remarks about Austin Corbett. He's a veteran, so I just don't know. So we'll see. Yeah, I mean, listen, we've heard a lot of good things about him last year. I think they liked his versatility, they liked the physical traits. Um, I think during preseason though, I think these next few weeks we're gonna learn a lot about these fringe guys. But I think Vampire and Granger's making the roster. Um, I think Austin Corbett probably makes the roster. I Chase Lunt probably he's probably No, Cushenberry might be on the outs. I think Chase Lunt might be on the outs there, practice squad, because they're gonna keep 9 or 10 offensive linemen total. Um, and we'll do a 53 in a couple weeks before we should do a 53. Because it's a good stretch exercise, right? Hey man, I'm just giving you suggestions here, man. You know, we could do a 53. I'll no, I'm not. I'm just not. I'll sign up for that episode, man, if you'll have me. So I just don't know who wants Damar Hamlin. That and Geno Stone is he's more appealing. If McDermott was coaching somewhere, then I would say, yeah, you can get something for them if McDermott was coaching. But because he'd take Damar. Take them all, buddy. Take them all. Yeah, who you want? Who you want? Yeah. Nah, you gotta keep I would keep Geno Stone just because I think there's a little bit more proven track record, especially in the defense that we have. Well, okay, in Cleveland, where was he? Cincinnati. I think, Cincinnati's defense was, atrocious the past few years, so Imma give him a pass on that a little bit. Um, he was great with Baltimore, right, when the structure was good around him, so we got to see how he performs in preseason. And I didn't watch any tape of him last year, so I can't necessarily say what he lacks um in confidence. So no, I just think Demar his the floor is low. He's not a good athlete. Neither is Geno Stone, but at least he has instincts, right? He has ball skills. So I'll take the ball skills over just being in the right position. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Well, I think Fedarian Mathis is beating him. I think that's the problem. I mean, Dwayne Carter hasn't done anything since he's been in the league. So, uh, he probably wouldn't have made the roster. He probably had he not been injured, there's a good chance he might not have even made the roster last year. The Broncos didn't have a scheme fitting nose, a true nose. So I think that's they're rolling with the idea that the Bills defense is very much so gonna mirror the Broncos, and they know that they don't have the personnel. So, just because Dwayne Carter's 330 pounds now doesn't mean it's good weight, doesn't mean that he knows how to use that leverage or that new added weight to his frame to two gap or whatever they're gonna have him do. Dwayne Carter's just not a good football player in terms of NFL standpoint. It's just not working out with the Bills. I mean, I wish him well, wish him success, but yeah, I would I mean, yeah, he's tradable. Fedarian Mathis playing in a defense very similar to what the Bills are employing at Alabama. Mhm. Uh, yeah, you can find another what Dwayne Carter brings to the table, you can find that somewhere. You can find it on somebody's practice squad. Okay, great. I'm good with that. You can. He doesn't do anything. He doesn't do nothing. I'll release him. I'll release him and go get somebody's gonna get released. I'd rather have an old veteran. Give me some give me yeah, yeah. Just not Jordan Phillips. Don't do that. Yeah. I'd rather have John McCargo wherever he's at. Oh, man, this ain't work. This ain't work. Hey, man, I'm a old soul, bro. 7:30, I'm out. Hey, man, I had dinner with the family, all the things. Mhm. I'm not trading. Yeah, I mean, I'm not interested in trading Rousseau. I mean, if there was involved in like a Vita Vea or like a Mac Crosby trade or something, like a big fish, blue chipper. Outside of that, I'm not interested. I mean, Russo, he's a very good player. I think he's a plus run defender. Yeah, you'd like for him to be better against the rushing the passer, but that's never really been his thing ever. So, but I mean, the intangibles, the physical traits, I mean, it's all there, man. Um, and you're not, and I like to see him in this 3-4. You know, I think the 4-3 defense is probably not his. I don't think he's best suited for that. I think this way, I think the rush angles are better. He gets to play out a little bit more in space when it comes to a rush plan. So let's see how his athleticism and his length comes through in those situations. So don't trade Rousseau. I think him in a, in a three-point stance when it comes to, like, interior pass rush, like, against a guard, I think that'd be great for him. That's he'd have some he'd eat right there. But on the outside, though, I do think someone with a tall, lanky frame as he has, I think he's gonna be a space pass rusher where he can kinda utilize some of his athleticism and length to get around offensive tackles or tight ends, right? That they're gonna be lined up over there. So I wanna see it first. I wouldn't be I don't have much confidence if we were to I mean, he's and I know, and everybody says it, but the dude's still young. He's pretty freaking young. I think he's 25. He's only 25. Don't trade Rousseau. You don't have only if you can go get a blue chipper talent, but you have nothing at defensive end. I'm not counting on Bradley Chubb. I'm not. You don't know what TJ Parker is. Chubb and Rousseau. No. Mm-mm. I well, I mean, I think you can still use Hoyt in a situation like that, just not at rush end. I mean, they use him as a spy mirror player, you know, last season. Like, I mean, that listen, there's ways. Listen, you can put, Chubb and Russo. You can put Chubb and Russo on the ends, right? And you can have Hoyt come in, for TJ Sanders or Deion Walker, and kind of use a I mean, I just think there's ways to get funky with it. So, I mean, I think Chubb and Russo and Hoyt are your three best pass rushers. We'd love to see what TJ Parker can bring. I don't know what he's gonna do this year. Um, but yeah. Yeah, he yeah. No pressure, just keep learning from the vets, man. But yeah, I think you bring in a if you can bring in Von Miller, I think he'd be a perfect addition for a situation like that. Where you gotta have a moment, a fourth down in a playoff game. I think Von still can get it done that way. So I mean, he's more proven, right? He's gonna use more instinct and just old head moves to get to the quarterback. Um, but I saw that. It was like, yeah, Vaughn, okay, you said that because you got 8.5. You didn't say 10. Yeah. I mean, no, no, no. I listen, man. Vaughn's old. Vaughn's old. I that's a big claim. It's a big claim. But Trent Williams, I don't know, man. Trent Williams to me is a more stable player in terms of like being available recently. I mean, he's had his slew of injuries too, right? But Trent Williams, they're both Hall of Famers. They're both Hall of Famers. I just Vaughn. Maybe it's because I'm a little hesitant on Vaughn just because He came here, got injured, and then, just flamed out. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, look, can you come if he could come here and get 8 sacks if he can come here and get 8 sacks, I'm great like, we need that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he played in the 3-4 at Texas A&M. He played it with the Broncos. Oh, Rousseau, yeah. Yeah, I mean, he played that at Miami. He knows what it is. He knows what's up. Yeah, man. Yeah. I know so. Oh, wow. That's a way to keep me on the show there. Well, well, a championship's a championship, but that coaching staff was insane. That coaching staff Michigan had was insane, and they don't. Well, you got to be a little both. You got a little both. Yeah, yeah. I mean, Mike Minter, they had guys like at coach the coaching and they were older football team, so that helped too. Kind of like Indiana, they had got that squad that they had. They've they were there for a quite a while. So you had a bit. Hold on, I'm getting to him, man. You talk shit about my Wolverines. Now I gotta say some stuff, but no, JJ. I mean, listen, we all know JJ wasn't winning that competition from the get go when you bring in Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray's a better quarterback than JJ McCarthy ever was. Um, JJ, he's limited, man. He's not that great of a quarterback for the NFL. I mean, I had hopes. I think before the injury, I think he was on his way to a better projection than he is now. But if you can't get it with that head coach, Kevin, you can't play quarterback with him. You ain't got it. And that's okay. Yeah, hang him up, buddy. Just be a backup somewhere and go the Kyle Allen route. But if you can't cut it with him, you're cooked. Yeah, no. Jim Harbaugh will take you. Jim Harbaugh will take you as a backup, right? But that's it. Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with it. But yeah, no, man. Yeah. Mhm. Oh. uh mhm. No. No. No, Julian's saying yeah. Look, the system he plays in is very quarterback friendly. Now, I will say this, Julian Sand is an accurate quarterback in terms of, a gotta have a moment, like short to intermediate, he can hit that. I think some of his mechanics on a deep ball need to be improved, but so I think he's a good serviceable quarterback. To say that he's a second overall quarterback, that's criminal. That is criminal. I would take Trinidad Chambliss in a millisecond over Julian Sand any day, any day. Julian Sand, not a starting NFL quarterback. Yeah, somebody will take a chance on him. Yeah, absolutely. Dante Moore, yep, yep, Lenore Sellers. Yeah, I mean, any quarterback you name, John Mateer, yeah, physical traits. I mean, 6'6". He's got a rocket arm. I mean, yeah, 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 but, let's see what he does this year. But yeah, no, he's I think he's an NFL quarterback. I don't know how about, how good he's gonna be, but somebody's gonna take a chance on him. Absolutely. Oh, first round? No, no, I don't think he goes first round. Yeah, yeah. Mm, well, I don't blame him. I would've left 2 years ago. Yeah. No. I love Prime, but Prime ain't doing shit. You know it too. Don't worry you're trying to think of something to say. Yeah, man. I think you need a proven coaching staff, not guys just starting. You need proven coaching staff. That will help him tremendously. He's not the guy that's gonna be developing coaches that's not his thing. So he's been taking these young guys trying to give him an opportunity, which I have all the respect in the world for him for that. That's freaking amazing. But dude, at some point you've got to go and get the best of the best that you can get to come help you coach. Yeah. Yeah. Same. Yeah, he needed to. He needed to. He needs to go find his Dan Lanning, right? Kirby Smart. Yeah, right. Oh yeah. Urban Meyer had great behind him. Great coaches, man. So, but hey, I mean, mhm, yeah, I'm taking and that's clickbait. That's clickbait. That's clickbait. He's a junior. Yeah, I mean, yeah, nah. Mm-mm. I don't have it on. No. Mm-mm. Yeah, right. I just didn't do it. Oh, wow. That's some degenerate shit right there. Had I been paying attention, I would have bet on it too. I'm looking at it right now. I mean, it looks better than the Bills Smurf uniforms. Oh, I mean, you had to. Yeah, those look sharp. Yeah, good for them. I mean, let's see if this dude makes his kick though. Oh man, love. Nah, man. Listen, nah. I think he's a solid coach, man. I think he's good. Who who would you want there? Oh, I'd rather have Salah. You got Dayball. Dayball. The Titans aren't in a position to be cute. I think McDaniel's cute and unproven. I think you have a little bit more stability with Robert Saleh. You know what I'm saying? Like he's gonna come in and set the tone, right? So I wouldn't do it if I was the GM of the Titans. I wouldn't have got McDaniel. No, you need an adult in the room. You need an adult in the room. Jim Harbaugh. Oh, what? Okay, you just see. He no he, but he's a damn good head coach. What are you talking about? Listen, stop. You no, stop. You're not gonna talk about McDaniel and Jim Harbaugh in the same breath. It's not happening, bro. Oh, they have they have weird personalities, yes, but McDaniel's a good coordinator. He's a good credit for what? And they were terrible when he left. Yeah, bro. I'm telling you, from a leadership standpoint, he ain't it. And I had Jordan Porter tell me from his mouth that it was oh man, it was bad before that. Yeah, he's a great architect for an offense. I don't think he's head coach worthy. I don't think he's a leader of men. That's all I'm saying. I wouldn't hire. That's fine. I don't have the style that the guy has, you know? But, uh, I mean, I'll probably yawn here in a second, But, oh, yeah, no, I'll have to go I'll go hang out with the wife for a little bit and then go to bed, so mhm, mhm. Yeah, yeah. Malachi Lawrence. Right. Oh, no, they're not doing that. I mean, you had whatever you've been smoking, you need to share it. You need to share it because you talking crazy. The Eagles are winning that division. It's just they are. I think, um, I think the Cowboys can be good. I mean, anytime you got sure. Mm, yeah. The Eagles are winning the conference. I mean, the division. Shit, you tell me. It's easy money. What are you talking about? Easy money. Easy money. Easy money. Eagles are winning that division. Come on, man. How much we betting? Okay. And Jalen Carter, Quinyon Mitchell, like, they're gonna be alright. Zach Zach Bond, they're gonna be alright. They're gonna be alright. Yeah. Nah, they're gonna be alright. Me either. Me either. They're gonna run the ball. They're gonna run the ball. They got Mekhi Lemon. They still got Devontae Smith. They still got Dallas Goedert. They got a good offensive line. Great. Okay, cool. They're gonna be alright. Oh, you're gonna put that on the Commanders? No. Jalen Daniels ain't even gonna be healthy. Okay, great. They didn't win the division. On the Giants, they're gonna be pesky, but they're not gonna be great. And then you got the Cowboys. The Cowboys is your only hope. The Cowboys is your only hope. And they're not because they're the Cowboys. They're gonna fucking choke. That's what they do. That they're not winning the division with the Eagles. No. Mm-mm. So however much you want to donate to me is great. Okay. I could set up a GoFundMe page. You could buy me shots. You could, however you want to do this, it's fine with me. Yeah, they did good. Yeah, I would agree with that. They did good. Right. Yeah. They got a shot. They got a shot. Yep. Yeah. But the Eagles are winning the division. There's nothing to discuss there. The Eagles are winning the division. I don't know how to slice it. The Cowboys gotta prove it. They gotta prove it. They gotta prove it. And I don't even know how tough their schedule is this year. I haven't looked. Mhm. Mhm. The Bills. The Bills. Slam dunk. Yes. No. I just no. Not buying it. Not buying it. I think, give me the Chargers, um, in the West. I think the Ravens will battle it out with the Bengals and win that division. I think the Jaguars in the AFC South will win that division. You know what? I'll give it to the Broncos. I think the Broncos will win that division. Uh, Broncos will win that division. The Chargers are like the Cowboys. You gotta prove it. You gotta prove it. Injuries always derail their season. The Yep. No. Gotta see it. Gotta see it. Yep. Yep. Right. The defense alone. Yeah, he yep. Right, exactly. Yeah, I think Baltimore wins that. Yeah, but I do think it'll be between, like, a game, right? The Bengals are gonna be good this year. They're gonna be good. Joe Burrow stays healthy, they will be dangerous. They've made some improvements to that defense, man. Sexy Dexy, and they got some other pieces over there. Yeah, and isn't he injured now? I think Shamar's injured. Mm. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I think listen, Joe Burrow and the offense is gonna carry. You know, you just needed the Bengals defense to be halfway decent last year, and they couldn't do that. And then Joe Burrow was hurt, so yeah, Rams are winning that. I think the Rams win that. I think the Bucks win the South. Give me yeah, but the NFC South is always ugly. I mean, these guys are winning 9 games, right? Like, they'll win the division. I think the Eagles win the East. I think that give me who are we missing? Oh, the North. I'll say the Packers win the North this year. Yeah, I think the Packers win the North. Yeah. I mean, the Bucks are you know? But I'm right on that. Yeah. Yeah, I like Kevin Stefanski. I like him a lot. I think well, Penix is he healthy? I know, right? Shit. Um, Tua though, God. But yeah, I listen, I like Stefanski, but I don't see the Falcons doing anything. They're gonna be bottom feeders. Jesse Bates. Yeah, they got but listen, you got Tua as your quarterback. You just lost one of your best pass rushers on defense. He's gonna be out for the season. Um, I just don't they cooked. Carolina could contest, but nah. That division's a train wreck. Credit. It gets no credit. It gets nothing. No, I'm just being honest. I'm just being honest. What is there what's redeeming about the freaking Atlanta Falcons other than Bijan Robinson and Drake London? Gr Great, but well, whose fault is that? Okay. Mm. No, no, the Bills' offensive line to me is oh, yeah, obviously, Bijan gets the nod there, yeah. Drake London's a better rec Drake London's a better receiver, I think. That's probably I'd take Kincaid. Yes, great. Absolutely. The Bills. Receiver and back and tight end? The receiver oh, no, see, the offensive line, man, the offensive line, bro, that's where the it's one in the trenches, man. Yeah, absolutely. They're not. Individual players, yeah, but I think there's and the infrastructure doesn't lend to success. It just doesn't. They just haven't proven it. And you got Tua at quarterback? Come on, man. Shit, either one. They're both they're both left-handed weak arm quarterbacks. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Exactly. You won't even know who's there except for one super No, real quarterback. Sheesh. Okay. Yeah, yeah. No, I'm in. I'm in. Yeah, I'm in. Yeah, yeah, let me know. Let me know. I'm free. Sunday, good work. No, none. I don't I can't. It's preseason. That's like that's sacrilegious. I'm just gonna let it unfold. I can't do it, bro. There's nothing to the bill, okay. The first team offense scores a touchdown. Okay, now you're smoking. So all that shit you got over there brewing in the pot? No, 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 nah. Mm-mm. They're gonna keep it close to the vest, bro. Watch. Nah. I'm gonna go Kilgore. Yeah, I think that's good. That's because it's the preseason, bro. That's why. Yeah, yeah. No, we'll see, man. I'm excited. I'm just excited to see somebody do some football against a different team. Can't wait. Can't wait to see it. Yeah. Hell yeah. They're not, but yeah, don't care. They're hi they're hideous, but I think the jersey by itself is not bad. I think when you put it with the helmet, it's just like, "Ooh, mm." Like the gray on gray is not bad looking. You know, you wish like maybe the numbers were white or had white outlining or red or something like that. It's that helmet. Yeah, it's not right. It's not enough. So, that helmet looks weird. Yeah. Yeah. I just don't like that shade of blue like that with mixed with I think they should have gone with but yeah, but not for an alternate, man. I think those uniforms should have been all black, to be honest. They should they need to do an all black uni. Yeah. Yeah. Big time miss. Broncos have sweet throwbacks. Oh, yeah. Man. Ah, yeah, that's a great sight. That'd be a great sight. Alright, love you, man. Yeah, yeah. For sure, for sure. Go Bills.